Alright, welcome. Thank you for joining me. Today's going to be a bit longer of a stream than yesterday because I'm not on a timer. But I will be going for about 6 hours max, probably, maybe not even that long. I think like 4 to 6. Today we're going to be focusing on... Today we're going to be focused on doing the main storyline. Getting as much of that done as we can. But I've decided I want to get into Shadowlands or whatever it's called. Not Shadowlands. That's bloody Shadowlands is World of Warcraft. And Endwalker's the next expansion. FF14 expansion. Shadowbringers. You always shout something. Thank you for the follow. You're getting the fucking bag. And post 003. 003 1 2. Goodbye, bot. You were not missed. You will never be missed. Right. Anywho, yeah, so today we will be focusing on completing the main quest and just... Yeah, I also, well, I'm at the end of the Omega, or close to the end of the Omega quest line, so we'll also get that done. But I'm not gonna queue up for it until I hit the storyline dungeon. I would like to be prepared for Shadowbringers by the... I'd like to get up to Shadowbringers before I start playing Tales of Arise, which is probably going to be difficult because it comes out tomorrow. And I don't think I'm going to finish the entire post-game of the entire patch storyline content. By... in the next 4 to 6 hours. But we'll get as much of it done as we can. Ready to cast off?
Get back! I'm warning you! Someone's in trouble.
Poison.
Are you all right? Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Let's do it to it. And conveniently, this will make him somewhat well liked.
It is nothing. Leave this to me. An opening. The art of my forebears.
That was a quick one. Probably should have done it last night. Crappy happy hacks.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsuyu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
Possible. Definitely
the empire
possible.
to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong?
No, yes, he's not wrong about that. He's not wrong. If something wants, if something is to change, it has to actually want to change. And therein lies the question. Does the Empire want to change, or does a small part of the Empire want to change? And I've been a bit hypocritical and biased about this person, but as I've been thinking about it, and since I know where the next expansion leads, it is possible that this guy is not, in fact, full of crap, and he is legitimately wanting change to the Empire, and that could be our way in. I agree, but yes, I agree. Change can only happen if the entity actually wants to change. Do I think the Empire wants to change? At the moment, not really. That's not the point of what I'm saying. But I suspect that's not how I'm going to be saying it's taken.
I knew you would understand. You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action. And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least few who lived to tell the tale. Wait. I want to get a look at this guy's gloves. Ooh, okay. Yes, it is entirely possible that this is the person that we saw when we got a little clip of what was happening in the Garlean Empire, who was clenching their fist in what I can only assume is anger, or at least disagreement with what the soldiers were saying. So it is entirely possible that was this guy. It might have been someone else. I guess we'll find out. Well, after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what of Namai? You seem so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am. But I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in Imperial uniform, with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would, and with luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time you return. Yep, so we finished a couple main storyline quests, so I would not be surprised if some more side quests opened up over here. Over here. Nope. I would be surprised if they didn't, though. You giddy. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray go ahead to Lord Hien. Pray go ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without the keep and watch over our guest. Well, we best not keep him waiting. I trust you will inform Lord Hiem of our encounter with the Red Kojin. If we are to deter them from encroaching on Yangxia, our response must be swift and decisive. Maxima, I understand you served as the ambassador's escort. My thanks. Welcome back, my friends. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangxia. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertion at Sakazuki. Oops. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna take that off because it's causing me to miss text boxes. The Red Kojin here? Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangxia, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? You see, that's the trick here. I'm beginning to think he might be on the up and up, but I'm beginning to think that he might be legitimate in his goals. But I'm also thinking that the Empire is using him. I haven't ruled out the possibility that he could be full of crap, but I'm leaning more towards that he is true. So I guess I'm unsure. He confounds you too, I see. And for that reason alone, we would be fools to underestimate him. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. Well, forswearing summoning should be a simple enough considering it. You've never dabbled in the... Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you've never dabbled in the first place. Which leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind I sought Alphino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you well recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of Aether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of Aether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Dorma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunshin, his people. and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Reds from obtaining what they require to call upon Susanoo. I'm getting a phone call. I will be back in 1 sec. Apologies, my brother just wanted me to turn the oven on before he got home. I put my headphones on backwards. Problem solved. Kind of. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the populares garner favor, I mean to see it done. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course, but what manner of business? A past mistake, which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are, the living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough. Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for your Tsuyu, pardon. I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
We've already seen that he does, in fact, lack the strength to raise his
Though I
blade.
suppose if he and Yotsu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
With Yotsuyu's safety and Gotsetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango? How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango. She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gotsetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. I am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so... joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her, that much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. As you wish. Now, if you'll excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your peoples to be retrieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangxia. This will take time, of course. Of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Koshin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter I am informed. It was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young domans from a band of Koshin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgression, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin, or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Until we meet again. Setsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. The Ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Luminous. Let us be off. Good.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting.
Oh, do you now?
Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha.
Here it comes.
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
And here it comes. Okay, so here's our first glimpse of who he really is.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Xenos?
What in the...
Yep.
Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising.
He's talking about the sword, not you.
Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the Crown Bloody Prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
And what exact... Let me ask you a question. What exactly have you done to make me lash out at you? You have not committed any crimes against me or mine that make me want to attack you. All you've done is shown that you're a little prick. That gives me no reason to attack you.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age.
He really wasn't.
Your light is nothing to his radiance.
So, a zealot. It was right to mistrust him.
I will cherish this moment. Lock it away within my heart. Until the day we meet again.
And if only I wasn't a silent protagonist, I could actually tell my allies what he said. But I... If he truly wanted to kill me, he should just fucking attack me with his ship right there. I mean, I'm not exactly in the most defensible position, and at the very least, he's probably succeeding in killing one of my allies. Fool of a child. He worships a man that would have happily cut him down as much as he happily cut down the people that were about to kill him. But he is that, a fool. Another byproduct of what's happened around him. Like everyone, I suppose.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugidi. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
It makes sense. It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, then only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, his possible emotions simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the woman who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kujin must be placed under surveillance, and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange. But you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part. Either to defend Doma, or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuya's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of trouble promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt this alone. To Kugane, then. Tataru and the others must know what has transpired here. I'm going to open another window, because I want to keep apprised of how many quests I have until FFXIV MSQ. And we are at 4.2, I believe. Rise of the New Sun. Yes. And let's put that over there. Okay, let's do it like that. And then we go like that. And then back on here. And our current quest is Rise of the New Sun. Oh, so that's 4.2 complete. Means I will have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21 quests to go. My, it seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Yes, of course, we've discussed ideas to... Yes, of course, we're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that can wait if any urgent news should come through the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. That's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Alasar should have no difficulties wiping the red from our ledgers. Forgive me, It would seem I have unwittingly helped my financial I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I feel I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Rio and his associates have heard something of the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. Meanwhile, arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord, will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. So, I have... The next phase is 2, 4, 6, 7 quests.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Do you want to remember, though? That is the question. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital...
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Now, is that truly Xenos is the question, because we learnt in A Realm Reborn that the Ascians can take control of someone's body as they did in Fancred. Is Xenos actually dead and someone's just parading in his body, using it to their advantage, or is that actually Xenos? Therein lies the questions that need to be asked. Ah, impeccable timing. We have just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that the Dormans are coordinating their effort with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Populares have sent word that a vessel bearing Dorman's conscripted is soon to arrive in Yangxia. Twould seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his views that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. According to the intel, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Dormans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways to the Enclave, then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just be sure to come back safely. We have spared no effort to increase the guard at every settlement here in Yangxia. The Red Kojin will trouble us no longer. On that, you have my word. Rolling backwards. Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gotsetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite my best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Oh, good gods. Is he alright? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he shows signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are here, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. We will visit him at once. Alisa, shall we?
Open wide now.
Please, Tsuyu. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
No, you won't.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
She is starting to remember. But is she starting to remember as who she was, or from a third person's perspective? That could leave a very distinct difference on how she views those memories. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gotsetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. You couldn't make it up, although I suppose Gotsetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for Lysian land, and will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Yugiri. Out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince, so what makes you so sure? I have been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest of shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me. And everyone else, I would hazard? Aye, The matter is settled. Yotsuyu becomes Suyu and begins a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at this exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chain around their necks. Which is why I mean to conclude this business with Suyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Suyu. Oh, my back. I have a bad one. Kids, use good posture. Got a sneeze coming on, but it passed. Fortunately. So, let me just have a look at what classes I've got. Okay, so Samurai is obviously above 73. Gunbreaker is 61. Dark Knight is 31. Warrior is 50. Mechanist is 52. Dancer is 60, but that starts at 60. I might start working on Pugilist or Rogue, one of those two. I think Pugilist is another single target DPS class, whereas Rogue is a AoE type. Wait, did that seriously just take me out of the Doman Enclave to go back to the Doman Enclave? Seriously? Tifuk. Yes. It did. I am annoyed. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien... Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. How's it gonna go tits up? My friends, have you seen Suyu? She is nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. She's fled. Could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it's possible Suyu has left the Enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Fair-skinned woman, my lord? I do not rightly know. I think... Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat, while as new-fallen snow it was, white as new-fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. would seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami, help me. No good can come of this. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me. But I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We are at your service, Lord Hien, and now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we have been divided. So we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surroundings. Alphino, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminus. Forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts. I suspect she went to Namai looking for a Hermesian. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there is anything you care to know, you need only, a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Unusual pale skin? Yes, yes, I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction for the most part. Her step did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might catch her. You see no signs of Yotsuyu to the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off to the northeast. Still no signs of Yotsuyu, perhaps yet farther to the northeast. Yotsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking wide-brimmed hat. Oh, that is not good. You got to Yanxia without her hat on. She is not in a good way. Ooh. cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyu was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Ooh, this is not going to end well. Before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surroundings has yielded exactly naught, save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alice has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien here shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Towards Namai, Kami. If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. You must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddies. The village square is yours.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait! Please! I only wanted a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
Oh, you can't hide her anymore. No, you cannot.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
What did I do?
As if you don't know!
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsuyu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies, my lord! She would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're sorry. And what? We're supposed to forgive you.
Here, there's no need to cry. Can't you see how scared she is? How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu and treated as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
So I get the feeling she's seen what she's done, but she doesn't have the emotional attachment that she had to it as Yotsuyu. She's just seen it as a third party. Perhaps not remembering even what anyone said or did. Not remembering what was did, but not what was said. Like watching a video on mute. You can only get so much of the... meaning. That would have been better avoided. But at least it did not end in bloodshed, and judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Well, that's not true. She said, then it was all true. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She's clearly remembering bits and pieces, even as someone from a third-party perspective who got to see her flashback. Sorry, no, that's not the way I wanted to word it. Even if I wasn't someone from a third-party perspective that got to see her flashback, I still would have been able to tell that. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gotsetsu's which brought her to Nomai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say, yeah. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gotsetsu finds a taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue to Castrum Fluminus, and our meeting with the ambassador. Alphino and Alice should still be there, conducting their search. Excuse me. Oh, I flew too far. There they are. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. It is time to meet with the ambassador.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Ah, Yotsuyu. You look, well.
More psychological torture.
Of all the people.
Is something wrong, dear sister? These are our beloved parents. Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories? It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient. You needn't glare at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma.
Yeah, by showing her people that we know outright abused her and led her to the path she... whatever. Moving along.
not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Well, at least I was right to keep my suspicions of this guy up.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our needs. We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
Agreed. Until then, Ambassador.
Absolute prick he is. And he is most certainly not going to survive past this, the patches. At least I hope not. He doesn't strike me as a character that was liked enough inside or outside the company to keep around. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Sue's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri, to give Gotsetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence, most like. We can discuss it upon our return. I'll be honest, I've read how this story plays out, so I know what's coming. I couldn't resist. I wanted to know what Yotsuyu's future looked like. So I know where it's going, but I don't know how it's going. But with the knowledge I've read, I get the feeling that she's basically just accepted that having the two lives that she has led, she won't be able to live with the guilt and is just looking for someone to kill her. We should pay a visit to Gotsetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her. I'm gonna have to go for a short break while I go downstairs to put my
Gotsetsu,
clues in the dryer.
My lord, come in, come in. When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me. She then claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me, what happened to upset her so?
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not? It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
I like this Asahi less and less.
Be that as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder...
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
My lord! Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone!
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize Might I call upon your assistance?
Help! Help!
Boatmaster or shipmaster?
Help! Help me!
No, even if we could, I wouldn't.
If only I hadn't remembered. He should hate me. But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
Who's there?
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
What are you doing here?
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
You're gonna get yourself killed.
You're the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery.
You made her.
You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure. We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
You kinda do.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament. You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugani and start a new business.
Oh, really?
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty. Yes, this is how it always was. How it was meant to be. Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it. To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yotsuyu!
What?
Did you never consider your actions had consequences? At this point, I'm sure Yotsuyu has. You do realize she's gonna stab you on the back too.
Done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
Brother dearest, what a surprise.
Slit the fool's throat. Show
You
him where.
always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed. But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
No, I don't think she does.
I don't want to die.
Well, it's a shame. Personally, I think at this point Yotsuyu just
Any sign of her?
wants to die.
What happened here? I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives.
Not that he cared that much, he probably hated them as much as she did.
But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
We have recovered the Neurus remains and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never again set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gotsetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it's best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go check my washing. Is my... Yes, my mic is picking up. I am back. So, my friends, that which we fear has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memories and returned to the Imperial's fold. It is by any measure a cruel twist, not least for Gotsetsu, but one which does not invalidate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu into the Guardian's hands should her condition improve prior to the hour of the exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted, and that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meeting. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first priority. As such, I would have an escape route in place before the meeting begins. A wise precaution. If the main structure of the Castrum Fluminis is to be the stage of the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial's withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could not be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry the conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water. Assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead with this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before, and I won't be alone, will I? You can count on me! Much appreciated. I quite fancy parleying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise the role. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you to these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we were to ask their aid once more, we must treat with them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Indeed, my lord, pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino, and I shall begin our task. Shall be about our task. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Excuse me. Getting closer and closer, being done. Now there is a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble lord of Doma into the company of bildrats and such? If you've come to offer Doman's chains in place of Gallian ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make with your fleet at our disposal. Our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. Now we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all of this? Profit? Must you always think of such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of a pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. Deny us our due when we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of it doing something for nothing. Calm yourself, Mistress Alisay. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army. And as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in the Confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. Has not the Confederacy taken in need of new recruits? Has not the Confederacy been in need of new recruits? You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at Garlean hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ships. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me a favor of swimming around the hull and checking for weaknesses. That is, if Doman Lords are not averse to getting their robes wet. Not this Doman Lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it shall be done in... it should be done in a trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named... Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parleying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success, and yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Well, well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. Did not mean to go underwater, but I might need to anyway. Nope, too low. You see no signs of damage here. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. I am the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Do you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. I have found some small cracks. Oh, on the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies. I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in the gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I am happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Ian. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Come me have mercy. Forgive us the discourtesy, my lord. 'Tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are Doman? Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacies became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Now that I can go back, there's no leaving once you... Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you join. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we've found small cracks in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he is nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life. If he so chooses, I expect you to see they are provided for. I had heard that those who joined the Confederacy forswore all ties to kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them. The yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there is a life for him in Doma, he should have me. He should have the chance to live it. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yangxia or out in the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and others like him are free to dwell where they desire. When the matter is settled, I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. The Enclave. The Enclave. The Enclave. Okay. It seems Yugiri and Alpino completed their task before us. They have been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend the exchange and pray to the kami these precautions were unnecessary. Oh, wait, there they are. How long does this last for? The Delighted View temporarily increases strength for twice the duration of similar potions. For 30 seconds. Okay. Not worth. While we were putting our contingencies in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing the transport for the Imperial prisoners. He will see they arrive at the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, They await us on the riverbank, not far from the castrum. Your party is assembled then? Aye, and ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That, and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the castrum's loading dock. She will see you safely home. Then all stands ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it. Yeah, it's gonna go up shit creek real fast. And there are the crates they spoke of earlier.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire.
Be
a first
more
step on the
smug,
road to
piece
peaceful
of shite.
coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Back in her old clothes.
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
And how do you expect to do that?
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken.
How'd that go for you last time? Didn't go well then. I don't expect it to go well this time.
This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
What has she done?
Same thing as Sail did.
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run? Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Let's fight Omega. Come on. There we go. Let's do battle, Omega Man. Escape V3.0. Here comes Omega. He's a demon on legs. He looks like the Scarab. He looks like a great big bug. Well, I regret being on that side. Oh, I see. I had no control over that. Oh, half the party died. Yeah, we lost both our healers. You guys are best off just dying. So I have no idea what to do there. Oh, that's bad for me. So what do we do here? I have no idea what to do. I'm just gonna stand there. Hopefully it was the right thing. Damn it! I didn't get out of that quick enough. Well, sucks to be me, because I ain't moving. God, it's so hard to get out of that in time. Ooh, okay, we didn't lose our healers this time, so people can get back up. Assuming the healers don't die. Okay, they got the other healer back up. Okay, we should be fine. A bit scuffed, but overall fine. I think I got a res just as that happened. Alpha escape complete. Oh, so there was only Alpha escape v3.0 it seems. Yeah. Quite said right up. Gonna get the pants too. Whatever, I got everything though. Is what it is. It is what it is. By the gods, you've done it. You defeated Omega with one. Analysis. Subject displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated errors to compound and adversarial effects. Conversely, subject observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomenon increasingly prevailed once my structural integrity reached critical level. Adrenaline-induced frenzy suspected. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistencies varies from subject to subject. Unpredictability difficult to counter. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Midgar Summer, but the phenomena appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods and devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What the? The rift! I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. Prioritizing physical reconfiguration, diverting energy from interspatial maintenance, collapsing rift. Omega, wait! There is nothing outside this rift, but empty space. It will be cast out into the void. Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determination. The probability of hostile subjects interfering with the reconfiguration process was unacceptably high. I acknowledge your value as test subjects, but you are not irreplaceable. Once my reassembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure in new mortals. Testing will continue. Ending communication. Well, obviously we don't die. That's not how this goes. We still exist. Anyways, just standing there on nothing. Uh-oh, Alpha's gone. Oh, he's getting further and further away. We're being drawn away. Run! Run! Interspatial domain resources cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode, commencing automated memory scan. Data file, target Midgard. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct life forms detected in close vicinity of target. Irrelevant. Master indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. Dismantling and reconfiguring chassis. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Data file. Asteroid belt cleared. Repairing damages, but continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and falling. Data file. Signal from lost local interference is suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Data file. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating quadrant. Partial system failure. Homing coordinates lost. Blip. Assessment. Sec. Assessment. I am an evolving weapon construct, acquiring adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of returned route. Mission directive unchanged. Data file. Data file. Data file. Alpha. An abject failure. I erased his memory and planted a compulsion to return to me. Data file. Damage. Repairing damage. Damage. Repairing. 33%. Data file. Passing Frozen Star. Passing Barren Star. Passing Vortex Star. Passing Dying Star. Operations on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response to. All you need is faith in yourself and a little courage to see it through. Data file. Target lost. Last known coordinate recorded as planet. Alpha. Your homing instincts is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha Group subjects perished when the rift contracted, unavoidable, but there is a multitude of their kind. The next experiment will go forward as planned. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned tasks. Sorry about running away. I just had to ask my brother something that was actually quite important. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directives, so must you fulfill yours. Our purpose justifies our existence. Ah, so it was a shrink card, not a grow card. Intrusion detected. Thanks, Alpha. That was some marathon. Now, who was saying our feathered companion was obsolete? He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down and turned us invisible so he could bring you a little surprise. But he had to keep it quiet or you'd realize we'd survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through that endless freezing void. You wanted to test us, Omega? So let the experiments begin. Illogical. Alpha has no reason to take such actions. How do you continue to defy my projections? Error. 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 Insufficient data. Adjusting experiment. Critical. I will engage you in battle now. I must have my answers. Dude, we already battled and beat you. So this is what you deem to be your perfect form? It seems rather random. Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding, insight into your physiology, your mindset, your mortality. Acknowledged. Do not practice restraint. The more I learn from you, the stronger I will become. The closer the distance, the distant star will grow. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength. There's the 4.0 that I was expecting. Now I have to send a message to someone, so while this is doing that, I will BRB. This version better have more than one crawler dice. He's going down like a sack. Well, crap. There we go. Here's phase 2. And I got knocked off. Of course I did. Unless we all did. Nope, just me. No, we lost the tank too. Staying in the dead center of the map to make sure I don't get knocked off this time. Seem to be attacking this way. I thought I was out of the way, but I guess I wasn't. That healer back up. There's no good spot to stand. No, no, not there. Oh. Well, I don't have the ability to revive. Hope someone else does. Okay, we're slowly getting everyone back up. Phew! I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. The interdimensional rift complete. Okay, now with that out of the way, I can focus purely and primarily on the main quest line. Where's Alpha? Yeah. Oh, you're defeated. I wanted to understand you, to assimilate your strength. Alpha, your gesture serves no logical purpose. You are as incomprehensible as these mortals. But you did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega, the anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for. It is our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It is not a quality that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us, just as Alpha did. Heart, you speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconsistent, immeasurable factor behind your victories. Midgar Summer displayed it too, but such unprecedented potential was never part of my design. Projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return? Nay. Omega, I'm afraid it doesn't work like that. It was a long, lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across the vast distance alone, anyone with a spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not less so. I see. I think I understand. So he just wanted to return home. And he hoped that if he could become as powerful as he could be, he would be able to return home. The rift is destabilizing. Gods take me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega. Gracevoger? Chief, Balasar, Alpha, hold on, we're coming! Wedge and Biggs is with him on the back of a huge dragon? Midgar Summit sent us to rescue you. Explanations can wait. Hop on, quick! Race Volga, was it? Thanks, you put us out of a tight spot. Spare me thy platitudes, mortals. I but lent my wings at the request of my sire. So Midgard Soma had been watching over us. I would dare give thanks to him as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle and forever remove the threat of Omega from this world, from all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marketh the first occasion my father hath asked of me a boon. A gift of gratitude and mayhap of atonement for those who would face the deadly foe he left behind. Will he remain in slumber? 'Tis likely, little one. What is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last the lesser creature a lifetime. But let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. He is possessed of remarkable devotion. Is mayhaps the closest word to the tongue of men. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars, across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane. And when he at last arrived upon Hydaelyn, a sanctuary for his children, did he form with this land an irreplaceable bond. Enough. I have spoken overmuch, but I will praise your victory, as my father would surely wish it, were he here. Well, I can add being rescued by a great worm to my list of things I didn't expect to happen today. It was fortunate how Racevelger agreed to come for us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I much prefer being alive to celebrate the deed. Whew. I'm so glad we got out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Racevelger hadn't come along. The situation being what it was, Wedge and I came out of the Yorn to see if we could lend you a hand. Kyresian's orders be damned. That's when we saw the Aether bubbling like hot water in a pot. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big surly dragon flew down to explain the anomaly. Then he offered us a ride. And the rest you already know. Jesse will be relieved to hear that Omega is gone, and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Rogue's Reach and let everyone know the good news. You're coming too. Alpha is staring quietly into the now empty Yorn. Where? Stretchy, stretchy, stretch. Welcome back. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If ever there's another Omega, I'd wager it'll skip the experiment and go straight to generating a simulacrum of you. Not that I'd want that to happen, and besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your unique strengths. You're our one-of-a-kind hero. So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading the world anymore? Aye. All of its creations vanished along with the rift itself. With Omega's defeat, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began. She struck the killing blow, of course, but we never would have made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I am sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues. Except Nero. Not to spoil the moment, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you want to tell them? Sorry about just important stuff that I'm... How much indeed? All of it. When it comes to a threat of Omega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do that is to report every last detail. I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you'd want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of this technology falling into the wrong hands, or something similar. I doubt anyone outside our particular circle would ever believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions, facing off against villains recreated from history and legend, battling godlike beings from other worlds. And even assuming some ambitious fellow schemed to build an Omega of his own, the technology required is far beyond our reach as this terrible weapon's homestar, a distant dream. Right, you heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work to be done. Round up everyone who's standing idle and get moving on those reports, and don't forget to contact our people still out in the field. Thank you. I'll leave things in your capable. Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the support team as well. Balasar did all the fighting and Alpha did all the running, but surely you have energy to spare? Who exactly did you expect to sign off on those official reports? And even without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown ass high to an Orok while you've been tending to this whole Omega business. Most importantly, isn't there someone else you should be sharing this victory with? I should probably head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself. What are your plans now, Alpha? For Omega gone, you're your own Chocobo now. You can do whatever you want, anything at all. I'm gonna dedicate my life to Rauga's teachings. You wanna go outside? Did you have some place in mind? Come on, Wedge. Get those Lalafol legs moving, or I'll leave without you. On my way! Where? Alpha seems eager to see what Rauga's Reach has to offer. Where? Alpha appears to be watching the inhabitants of Rauga's Reach with great interest. Where? Where? Nero, not here. Oh, Nero's not here. No, Chief. He said he needed time away for recuperation, and then he left. Recuperation? His wounds must be troubling him more than he let on. He asked me to give you this. What's this? A receipt for payment? It covers the cost for following items: additional machine parts and implements, supplement reference publications, expenses incurred in upgrading Magitech armor and gun hammer, funds spent on idle research during enforced convalescence. Oh, and it also includes a large sum listed as gratuity for exceptional service rendered. The entire amount was charged in your name, Master Garland. Tim, I want everyone searching for Nero right now. Everyone! Where? Where? Alpha appears to sense the solemn purpose of this place. A gentle pet might rouse him from his sudden melancholy. Where? Alright, I'm not going to bother with voices, I'm just going to read at this point. Oh, hello. What are you two up to? Taking in the sights, were you? And by the look of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Well, if Balasar has no problem with it, then neither do I. Just don't go too far, alright? Not good enough? I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're all a bit too busy to show you around the fringes right now. And I'm not too sure about sending you out there alone. When you think about it, this world is completely new to Alpha. All he's done so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and the Yawn. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk, he wants to go on an adventure. He's not some helpless chick. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. He should be allowed to... Listen, I'm going to talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow. I'm not saying I'm against the idea, and I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point, but as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of. The chief included. Can you wait a little longer? Would you mind keeping Alpha company until we get back? I promise we'll be quick. Sorry to keep you waiting. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters. Now then, Alpha. I hear your heart's set on a journey of some kind. I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because of your Omega's creation or anything like that, are you? Would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Exploring, interacting with the world, I think the experience will be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to grow as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As Chief Engineer of the Garland Ironworks, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research. Travel far and wide and take in everything these lands have to offer, but do come back when you're ready. I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee. Alpha! I'll miss you so much. You be careful out there. Anyone seems suspicious or shady, you stay away from them, even if they offer you treats. And make sure you greet folks with a cheerful queh. They might not understand you, but at least they'll know you mean no harm. I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself, you hear me? What in the hells? Ah, we forgot to shut it down. This is a model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful to figuring out strategies or something. Not much use now, I suppose. What? You want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours. Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care. Thank you. I'm off to see the world. Something amiss? That's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand him before. This is just a theory, mind you, but assuming the absence of a soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, then does it not follow that the reason you hear it now is... Aye, a little miracle, and it explains the sudden urge to travel. For a newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders. And so your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha. So many new things for you to discover. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next? Finn. Or at least that little story. And I choose to believe there is a little piece of Omega traveling in that little robot. Because that just makes that story just a little bit more magical. I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. No, I'm sure he'll be fine, and dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject, like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition, but why settle for coin when you can have the latest automaton technology? That's right, we're gifting you a premium mammoth, the one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies, constructed with our patented ironworks quality. I present you the Clockwork Alpha. So wanted it. Whenever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real Alpha, whetting along under some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That, and the free advertising. Alright, let's get our minion guide. Sorry, but you're disappearing. I'm traveling with a wind-up Alpha. Escape Savage, now accessible. Ooh, you can't do them unless you're rank 380. That says something. Other. These are 370. And these are 400. These are also 400, and I'm wearing the 400 gear. Right, now let's, now we're just gonna focus on the story stuff. How long have I been live for? So I have 4 hours, so we'll go for about an hour or so more, and then I will have to call it, because I will not be up all night. I have an assessment, I have classes tomorrow, but also tomorrow, Tales of Arise comes out at 8 p.m.-ish my time, so my plan is get up by 7, be ready to do a 3-ish hour stream by 8, and once the game's I'll play it for 3 hours or until 11:30, whichever comes first. Then I'll have my class, and then after class I'll do some more. No, I don't want to open Twitch. Not on my phone. Are you content to merely ambush your yada yada? I don't care. So I've got 3 more quests on patch 4.3, and then I've got 2, 4, 6, 7, 4.4, 5 on 4.5, and 2 on 4.55. I want a 1M or a 1F? I like the letter M more than the letter F. Active help and tree fledgling. So you think you can ride a chocobo, do you? I can't do it whilst I'm waiting for a duty. I got one more person. Yeah, let's go explore. This is the Minion Square. Looks like pet battles. Ooh, I got a third DPS. Oh, crap. That's got so far back of the lane that every time I do it, I think I'm gonna fall. I think I should just move it to the halfway mark. I go back as far, but I don't feel like I'm gonna topple over. Ooh, we got half a party. And there's the full one. Let's go! Let's beat Tsukuyomi. Yeah, he's got that whole half and half thing going on. I suppose the moon does have a light and a dark side. I understood. It feeds on my spirit. Suffering. Come forth, the shade of the dead. Curse my name, yada yada yada. I know where to stand. Light or dark side. It was a fun fight. A very fun fight. You can have it. Yeah, let's see what this will be. You would think he would shoot us. I mean, he expressed great hatred to us already.
You really must learn to finish the job. "'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down. My, such hostility! These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
You do realize that we don't particularly give two shits about you one way or the other. You, quite honestly, mean nothing to us. You keep trying to get us to attack you, but you haven't done anything to us that has actually made attacking you be an action worth taking. It's like a kid trying to play an adult.
You cannot, of course. To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
You done?
It should have been mine.
There it is.
The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith.
You do realize that he gave it to her because she had more hatred than you, not because you would have been a better ruler, or because he would have believed in you more. You clearly don't understand Xenos
No one
at all.
alive loves him more than I!
Whiny, jealous little brat. The world wasn't fair to me.
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead. He will mourn too, perhaps. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Dying like a whiny little brat, Xenos had the courage to take his own life.
Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
His voice doesn't sound as calm as it once did, but he did slit his throat, so I suppose that's
remember me. How may I serve?
Kind of expected.
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps.
Yeah. 100% Xenos not in control of himself here anymore. He should not have that information. But an
Yotsuya's
Ascian...
faith is unreliable. But as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She...
Oops. But yeah, an Ascian...
The power will seem a
There's
gift,
another
but
story
the
on
icon's
it,
essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
That's not how it went for Isao.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Your chosen agent. I I will not fail you, my lord.
Interesting. I still don't believe in Xenos.
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
And we will kill him again. We beat him last time, we'll beat him again.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone? Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
This may be our
Maxima,
real
is it
in
not?
with the
I
Galamo.
assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now. But our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here. But it seemed to me there was more to the tale. I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
But how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court? The idea is inconceivable, absurd. But worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pybus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Ooh, that is ballsy.
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk her life on countless occasions. Next to her, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
Well, that's not true.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
I know Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the adversary's plan. 'Tis little wonder Gotsetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone, aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Ah, there you are.
Bold. Mm-hmm. Interesting
Gosetsu,
choice.
your hair. My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord.
That's not true.
Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Dorma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Good, Tetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion, but there is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kienkan. I would thank you properly. Jesus Christ. I gotta actually do something. I would very much... Okay. Brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gotsetsu by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already. But the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, do you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts. And in Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gotsetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the Kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother, and that truly had been their will. That I cannot tell you. The will of the Kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Right, I would like to continue, but I unfortunately can't as I have to go off and do stuff, and it is 10:30 my time, so this is as good a time as any to quit. Give me time to do what I've got to do, make myself some dinner, and then go to bed so I can get up early enough for early morning Tales of Arise stream tomorrow. So, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. If you like what I'm doing and haven't already, a follow would mean a lot, but don't feel like you need to. With that out of the way, I will see you all tomorrow. Ciao for now.